It says salt.
You can taste it. You can't. It doesn't have a smell. Babe.
Oh yeah, that's no. Midnight gaming.
One of those Chihuahua puppy dogs that has a lot of bite and a lot of bite.
No, there's none of those. Chihuahuas don't have bite. They just bark out the window at things that are much larger than them.
Not a bad.
Spike down B. Feeling fed. One down. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They really just lined up there. Honestly, can someone just like press the clip button? I don't care if you actually name it, but that was pretty funny.
I got you.
Because I liked it. They just like lined up for that. Just sat there and was like, okay. Sound does a cookie make? Nom 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 nom. We can defuse that. What are we doing? Oh wait, no, we're planting. Never mind.
There.
Oh my god. No. Nobody clip it. Don't do it.
I should have so gotten that. Why didn't I not get that? Oh, why am I
Do you
not?
have any other guns?
Yep. I was just trying not to
Did you
use.
just skedaddle them?
I actually did!
No, revive the good one first. Yeah, so revive Connor.
Like shove it in my face like this.
Yeah. Close your eyes. Throw it. Stop. Aren't you glad you closed your eyes?
Oh damn. Ooh, whoa. Wow. Wow. Why did I do that? Please help me. Jesus Christ, please help me. Give me cookies? No, no, no. I'm sorry, I can't give you my cookies. You'll have to harass someone else for cookies. Sorry, no, no, no. No, I can't give you my cookies. Oh my lord, this woman is like just sucking it out of me, isn't she? Jeez.
Got a clear view, clear way of getting up. A massive, great big fucking ladder.
Oh god, I fell down. I fell down the ladder. It wouldn't let me get back on the ladder. I'm like, run, 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 and they're like, hoo-yah! Hoo-yah!
Okay.
They're like,
I don't know how to reply to any of that.
they're fucking everywhere. I'll give you treatment at the witch's house. Okay. Oh my god, we're carrying him home. Oh, my heart. Guys. Oh. We're carrying him.
Exactly one of those.
Oh yeah, they go like.
What the fuck was that?
That's the sound the dinosaurs make. This is as terrible as the smell of spotted shit take mushrooms. I don't think that's how you meant to say that word, but anyway. Up ahead is the engine room. Okay. Chit chat. Please save any inquiries regarding souvenirs. Shiitake. Shiitake? Did I say? Unless this is not sugar and this is salt. It says salt.
You can taste it. You can't. It doesn't have a smell. Babe.
Oh yeah, that's no. Midnight gaming.
Chihuahua puppy dogs that has a lot of bark and a lot of bite.
No, there's none of those. Chihuahuas don't have bite. They just bark out the window at things that are much larger than them.
None of that.
Spike down B. Feeling fed. One down. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They really just lined up there. Honestly, can someone just like press the clip button? I don't care if you actually name it, but that was pretty funny.
I got you.
Because I liked it. They just like lined up for that. Just sat there and was like, okay. Sound does a cookie bake? Nom 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 nom. We can defuse that. What are we doing? Oh wait, no, we're planting. Never mind.
Alright. Hello, Beanos. How's everybody doing? Oh. Hello, hello. Let me just I don't think it's on this screen for some reason. Where is it? There we go. All right. So I got my new Switch yesterday. Thank you so much, Paris and Timmy. You guys are beautiful. Love yous. Okay, Jason, getting your daily cookies. So we're gonna be playing some Animal Crossing New Horizons because I have to start my island again from scratch, which is kind of sad, but that's okay. I think I made my person yesterday, unless it didn't save, so we'll see if I have to remake my person or not in a minute. And hay fever is hitting me hard again today. I might run and get a hay fever tablet quickly. I don't know what it is. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, something has bloomed and it is killing me. Okay. Let's see how we go. Can you just bring up on my screen? Oh, I think I might have to start again. This is Timmy and I can't remember the other one's name. So Timmy's in my game already. It's Timmy with Nook Ink. Oh, Timmy and Tommy, that's right. In a hot minute, so that's Timmy and Tommy Nook. We're flying with the island with you to help you get settled. Think of us as your partners. We're in it for the long haul, so let's get started. Okay. But yeah, I've got to start again. Because I didn't get far enough yesterday to save it, but that's okay. Can we have your name and birthday? Name? Well, this was so much easier to do on the screen because I could just tap it. I. Oh, no, not an X. Oh, how do I go back? Z. I. E. Oh. The world of Animal Crossing is welcome to all, so don't include personal information or offensive words. No worries. 14. 8. Yes. Ta-da! Here you are! Oh, you gotta take a picture of me? Yes, this is where I'm gonna design my character. I did do this yesterday, but I guess we're gonna redo it, and knowing me, it will look different to what it looked like yesterday. Oh, I just gotta... Finally, my TikTok actually posted, so I need to pop it on Whitey as well. Otherwise I won't remember to do it. That girl. That girl. I don't think that's right. I can't believe it. Oh. Okay, it's unmuted. Good. Speaking of, guys, if you would like to see my latest TikTok/YT video, it is literally going up now. Today is stream tip day, so it is more stream tips. Woo! Alright, let's keep looking at what we want to... I don't think I'm, like... Maybe this one. I think I got a little bit of a tan. Oh no! Oh no, I didn't get to do the rest of me! Oh no, I'm looking to look for super base. No. I wonder if there's ways for me to undo it. Oh no. I'm gonna have to stop it. Oh, no. How do I stop the game? Oh god, I don't know how to stop the game. Close. Yes. I have to do that again. I didn't actually put any, like, I didn't edit myself at all. Except for my skin color. Very well done, Cookie. Well done. I might be an okay streamer, but I'm definitely not a good gamer. Oh, goodness. Terrible. Alright. I'll skip through Timmy and Tommy talking again. Yep. Thank you. Hello, Timmy. Hello, Tommy. I'm playing with you. Thank you. Yes, this is my first time. I'm about to say it's not actually my first time, but I don't have the old Switch to transfer it. Hopefully with the new Animal Crossing they brought out, they fixed that. They made it like to your Switch account or something. It's like, imagine, yeah, your Switch literally breaks, which is actually what happened with mine. Or like someone takes it or something, and then you just like lose like months of game because, yeah, you can't transfer it. Which is kind of what it's like for me, but it's okay because it's been a while since I played anyway, so I don't mind restarting. Okay. Okay. Okay, if we go left and right, here we go. I choose the pinky purpley hair yesterday as well. It actually had saved some of the... I did my nose yesterday. I didn't even see that there was nose options. Whoops. That's alright. I can make myself look like a little bit of a smile. We'll do that one. Rick, thank you so much for the heart me. Oh, I didn't even change to the right screen. You guys on TikTok can't even see the game. I'm sorry. I'm very good at this streaming thing. Let me... There we go. Sorry. Thank you so much for that, Heartbeat. How you doing? I'm so glad you did that, actually, so that I actually took notice of the fact that you guys couldn't see the game. or literally all the time. Are you on your way to work? Or at work? Yes, that looks good to me. Great, you're all set. Go ahead and add that picture to your records. Thank you. Quite proud of the work we've done to help you feel comfortable. It's okay, I've only just are hiding away. Go to work, Brick. Terrible. Gotta work hard for your money. Yeah, it's been good. I've only just started playing. I'm gonna stream, thank you. Yeah, I just started playing. So we'll see how we go. See if it. We recommend that you locate. Yeah. Yes, I'll go southern hemisphere. They don't pay you more if you work harder. True. This is true. This is true. You gotta work hard for what you got. I'll show you some maps now. Are they the same maps as yesterday? Because I already know what I wanted. Oh, these aren't the same maps as yesterday. I don't want any of these. Oh, For this one, I think. Best I'm gonna get, because it's closest to the one I wanted yesterday. If you could bring only one thing to a deserted island, what would it be? Something to kill time. How interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just a hypothetical question. Nook Inc. will fully cover all your basic needs, yes. Will you though? Sussy. Let me just copy my TikTok video link and post it in my Discord. Where's my Discord? Oh, charter flight is ready. Perfect timing. Let's go board the plane together. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for taking this chartered flight as part of Nook Inc.'s Deserted Island Getaway Package. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy a complimentary video presentation about deserted island life. Alright. I can't wait to collect friends again! I'm so excited. God, I love Animal Crossing. Yep, crafting, building, fishing, partying, fish, the aquarium, beach going. Woohoo! A Nook Inc. production. Oh my gosh. If you guys hear my cat running around, don't mind her. I don't know what's with her at the moment. The last couple of days she's just been super cray-cray. I do not know what is going on with her. Yee, let's go! Woohoo! Look at all those apples on the trees! We're here! Now I know you must be incredibly excited to explore your new island at home, but I have one small request. Would you please join us for a short orientation session in the nearby plaza? Our fearless leader himself will be giving a presentation, so I'd hate for you to miss it. We're heading there right now if you'd like to move to follow us. Okie dokie! Hey. Look at the island! There's bugs and weeds! Oh, I thought they're apples, they're not, they're oranges, but that's alright. And the sticks! Whee! Alright, I'm here. Alright, is that everybody? Let's see. Is Tammy here? How about Sparrow? And there's ZiCookiie, of course. Great, we're all here. Turn it over to you, Mr. Nook. Our 3 adventurers are ready to get started. Yes, very good. Let's see, how shall I begin? Welcome, everyone. Welcome to a new island. My name is Tom Nook, and I'm the founder and president of Nook Inc. Yes. Today's the first day of your new life on this pristine, lovely island, so congratulations. And this is a package deal, As such, Nook Inc. staff will always be here to support you and ensure your comfort and safety. But first things first, yes. I'd like each of you to choose a spot of your own. It's the first step to putting down some real roots. Getting my house. Let's just get started with simple tent, shall we? Please collect your tent from Timmy or Tommy. Okie dokie. Give me my tent. Here you go. Your very own tent. Thank you. Oh, a map as well. Oh, thank you. Bye. Well, to start with, you can only really do the first, like, section because... Oh, no. Close. Yeah, if you, once you build bridges or get a stick, you can go across the rivers. But to start with, you're kind of confined to this one area. And they're trying to decide where they want to put their house too. I don't know where I want to put my house. Maybe near the entry. Where's the entrance? Yeah. Maybe on this side. I have a nice beachfront house. Yeah, we'll have a nice beachfront tent. Woo! Yay! I set up my tent! Alright. Get a little mailbox with it too, like that. Okay. Hello, Sparrow. Oh, trees there. Oh, A makes you run. Oh, B, sorry, makes you run faster. You must have found a suitable spot for your tent. Yes. You've already done some scouting. The others may appreciate your assistance. Yes. Okay. Hello, Sparrow. Where are you? Nice to meet you. Like, whoa. You already set up your tent, eh? I'm still trying to find the perfect spot. Oh, it looks good to me. Yeah, looks great. That's a tough decision. You totally saved my glutes. Wonder how Tammy's doing. Beautiful, gorgeous tent. Tammy! Bestie, I know you're over here somewhere. I saw you earlier. Hello! Maybe reconsider. Oh, doesn't make her move anywhere else? Okay. I'll find you a spot. Yes! Yes, because I want her near me. I want her near me like the other one. We'll have a little town. Okay. Hi, Tammy. I'm gonna go over here. We got my tent here. Barrow's tent here. I reckon we put it right here in the mezzo. Oops. Yes. Woo! Why did I get the yellow one. I don't want a yellow den. Throwing an island warming party! Woo! Have the firewood. Oh, can I see you for a moment? Sure. I mean, I guess. I don't know if I want to see you, because you're scaring me, but I'll do it. 10 tree branches. 10 tree branches, guys. Why to pick it up? I'm so used to Xbox controls, guys. Yes, give me all the sticks. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. 2 more branches, okay. One here. One here. Hey, Tom. No, oranges, they smell like oranges, they even taste like oranges. Will you collect 6 of them for me? Okay. Couldn't have got the oranges yourself? No stress, I'll do it. Whee! There's another tree with oranges on it. Oh well, I knew you were the right one for the job. Thank you once again. You're welcome. I'm glad to have been of assistance to you, sir. Now, is that everything? Yes, yes, I believe it is. Let's get started with the festivities. This place is on fire. This place is on fire. Alas, allow me to properly welcome you to your new island. I've participated in many ventures and endeavors over the years, but this may be the most exciting. Perhaps my skills as an outdoorsman, hmm? Oh, now we may not have the kind of numbers that I originally envisioned. That just means we'll have to rise to the challenge. And I have no doubt that with hard work and perseverance, we'll shape this desert island into... I suppose we can't call this a deserted island anymore. What should we call it? Or do we get to call it something? Oh no, it calls it itself, I think. It's a great opportunity. Yay, we do get to name it! Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm not very good at typing on this. K. Oh, oh. K. Oh, oh, no. Oh. Why? Oh no, there's not enough space. Land. Okay. Is everyone ready? Yes. Each one of them is now for the voting. Cookie Land! Woo! Yes! Cookie Land! Woohoo! I'd like to rely on you for other critical decisions we need to make. I hereby name you the resident representative of Cookie Land. Woohoo! Say a word or two. A word or two. Let's have a toast. Woohoo! The nice orange juice. Cheers! Woohoo! Be rad. Like, whoa. I just gotta like sleep now and I don't remember what I'm meant to do. Yes. Oh, you probably want this. What's that? Oh, camping pot. You can sit on it. I thought you were able to. Alright, let's go. Off to bed. I'm gonna shake these oranges off though, because they don't grow new oranges unless you shake them. Eat the oranges. Oh, another tree. That's a lot of oranges, guys. Alright, off to sleep we go. There's another one. I think I saw that. Into my tent we go. Oh. Well, no, I don't want to do that. I want to turn it. I don't know how to turn it. Oh, okay, just pick it up. Aha! Alright, time to sleep. Oops. Oh, I've picked it up again. How do I sleep? Let's just run at it. Okay. I'm getting sleepy. Oh, there's a doggy. It's like you decided to make your own way in the world. Get out there, explore new frontiers. That's all the way right, Daddy-o. You don't need to live by anyone's rules but your own. Well, was made for exploring, you know? Living free, being out there, it's a great feeling. Yeah. Take it from a cat. Oh, it's a dog, but okay. Who's been on the road, being by your lonesome can grind on the soul. You've got to make friends along the way. Rambling this crazy world is Squaresville without some pals. Yeah, man. Friends are where it's at. Speaking of rambling, I'm doing a bit of that myself. My bad. Maybe it's about time for you to wake up to your new life. Oh, but listen up. That rap I just gave you about friends, it's pretty key. You'll dig this island a whole lot more if you share it with some friends, if that's your scene. Animal Crossing is peak! Thank you so much for the likes. How you doing? I love Animal Crossing. I haven't played in ages because I haven't had a Switch. I just got a new Switch as an early Christmas present. I'm very excited to play again. When you wake up, you'll be in sync with real life. Oh, that's right, because it's real time, isn't it? It's very cool. I'm very excited. Thank you so much for all the likes. How are you doing? Are you in there? Oh, I hope I haven't woken you abruptly, but I do wish to discuss something with you. I'll be here when you're ready. I hate Tom Nook. Anyone else hate Tom Nook? Such a capitalist, honestly. Hello, Tom. Have you had a pleasant nap? Thank you. I suppose it was a bit more than a nap, wasn't it? It's a brand new day. I needed that. Oh, yes, it's quite normal to be worn out from such a long trip and a major life event. Speaking of which, I have a few more things that you might find useful as you adjust to life in our little paradise. Need one of these, yes? Oh, a phone! A Nook phone, thank you. My guess is I can't, like, go on the internet, you know? Because you trapped me here. Welcome, thank you. It is working, yes. Good, good. So you're getting good reception as well. Feel free to put it away now. Okay. Thanks. Say, ZiCookiie, have you ever used a smartphone before? Yes. Very good, then this should be a breeze for you. In fact, these Nook phones are rather easier to operate than ordinary phones. We simply removed most of the features. Yes, there's also a very useful app that contains advice for living here. Normally this would not be free of charge, but as you're just getting started, consider it an extra bonus. Oh, thank you so much for not charging me for a phone that you're forcing me to have. Called Island Life 101 is message delivery service of short thoughts. Feel free, give me a try. Okay. I can send you the app. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ding ding. Oh. Thank you. Perfect. You now got the Island Life 101 app as well. You'll start getting messages once you're out and about doing things. Okay. Just wait till you gotta pay Dev $1 million plus. I know, right? He forces me to be here, and then he forces me to pay him money. Itemized bill includes everything: airfare, accommodation, labor, tax, and of course your Nook phone. So you just told me the Nook phone was free. Or was the app free? I'm so confused. Bringing your grand total to the modest sum of 49,800 bells. Okay. Wait, you don't have any bells? No! I can't believe I didn't think of this. Ah, of course. Well, no need to worry. I was prepared for exactly this type of tricky situation. For the getaway package, you can pay your fees with miles instead of the standard bells. I call this extremely helpful service the Nook Mileage Program. You can earn miles by simply living your life here on Cookie Land. I dare say the more you enjoy your island life, the more Nook miles you can earn. And you can use them to pay back your move-in fees and much more. So the bottom line is you'd need 49,800 bells to pay your move-in service, but with this new service, It only comes to 5,000 miles. Only? I'll just go ahead and register you so you can pay in miles. Okay, I'll open the app. Let's get back to other matters. Thank you once again. So happy to have your resident cookie land. You're welcome. The place that I'm paying you to have. My new life is underway. I can do whatever I want. Woohoo! Well, I mean, kind of whatever I want. Do not touch the power button when you see the autosave indicator. Okay. You can also save and quit your game. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I've got a notification. My phone's ringing already. I've only just started. Oh yes, that's just telling me about the app. A passport! Okay, yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, look. Beautiful. I love my passport. Custom, oh yes, I remember you can do custom designs. Very beautiful. Okay, what else we got? Nook Miles, yes. Wait, so you can pay in Nook Miles now? I don't think you used to be able to do that. I think you had to pay with the... You had to pay with bells before. It must be kind of semi-new. I mean, I haven't played in ages, so... Wouldn't be new, but... New enough. Oh yes, camera. I forgot you can do camera, take pictures. Look, it's me! How do I zoom in? Oh, you can put like a... Oh, you can put a filter on it. Take photo. Ta-da! Alright. Oh, what about... I've got Nook Miles. Is that for taking a picture? Did I get Nook Miles just for taking a picture? I did. Look at that. Woo! Look, we're almost a fifth of the way to paying for our debt already. Oh yes, this is my map. So I can see where it looks like. I've made it all live in the same area. I'm gonna make like a little town. Not playing. Be sent to a place such as your home or resident services. Oh, okay. Nook Miles, of course, have to get paid. No, I don't want to use it. I just needed to click it so that there was no notification. Thanks. Can I pull my... Oh, I can pull my weeds now. Great, I hate having weeds. Let me clean up my yard. Oh, I've got mail. Hello, mail. Nintendo! Congratulations on your big move. What did you give me as a present? Place in pocket. What did they give me? Nintendo, what did you give me? Oh, a DIY workbench. Okay, let's put it in here. Not that we have much space in our house at the moment because we live in a tent, but that's fine. Yes. Oh. Wonder how I can memorize it. Oh, do we not know how to do DIY stuff yet? Okay. We need to learn, I think. I've got to finish my weeding. Oh my gosh, look how bad the weeds are. My entire yard's filled with them. Oh, there's one behind the house. Hello, Tammy. So we've got Timmy, Tommy, Tammy, And Tom. And then we've got, can't remember the other one. Sparrow or something their name is. Our bonfire's still going. My lord. Can you let me, can I come in? I can. Thank you. One, two. Where are you? Ah, ZiCookiie. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Quite cozy in here. It's funny how cozy doesn't always mean comfortable. Let me know if you need advice on how to spend your time on this island or anything else. If you need some advice about basic island materials, just talk to Timmy. He can help you procure some of the essentials for thriving in our little paradise. And if you want to earn some bells, he has a rather generous policy of purchasing just about anything. Not strictly advisable from a business perspective, but quite generous, yes, yes. Oh, and one more important thing. I'm offering a free DIY workshop that can help you really build out your island experience. Okay. Does that mean I can... Yes, this is your workbench, yes. Sure. Oh, you're gonna teach me how to DIY? Let's go, yes, thank you. Thank you. How simple it is to DIY or do it yourself, you'll understand what I mean. Basic idea is to gather materials, follow a recipe, and then craft it using a workbench like this one. Oh, we're gonna- oh, I get a fishing rod! Yes, please! Oh, I need to go get stuff, okay. Are you Timmy? Oh my goodness, is it a helicopter going over my house? It's very loud. Try to have some fresh stock each and every day. I'm sure you're busy, but feel free to take a look at some of the items we're thinking of selling. Okay. Great. I can't buy anything because I'm poor, but an inflatable sofa and a picnic basket. Very nice. Also buy things. Okay. I am very poor, but that's okay. I will come back later to be able to buy something. I need to get him some twigs so we can build a fishing rod. Oops. Tree branch, thank you. Oh my gosh, the birdie's fishing! Sparrow's fishing. Oh my gosh, there's so many weeds as well. Killing me. I want to just pick all the weeds, but I also know I need to start unlocking things. My favorite villager? Ooh. It's been quite a while since I played, but I had like a sheep kind of one. I can't remember what his name was. I liked him. My favorite at the moment, because I've only got the two, is this one. Sparrow. I think these fish are afraid of my bulging muscles. Like a squirrel. Oh, glows at night? Oh my god, I've never seen that one. I feel like there might be more that I don't know about yet. Thank you so much for the follow, Jai. How you doing? Oh my gosh, I just want to get all the weeds pulled, but I need also to do other things. Thank you for the follow, Isa. Welcome in to the Cookie family. I think I've got enough sticks to make my fishing rod now, but I really don't want these weeds in my garden. Honestly, how does there be this many weeds? I mean, to be fair, it was abandoned before, so I guess that's how, hey? I don't think it's reasonable for me to pick all of these weeds right now. You have to pay? For the squirrel? Oh, bells. I see. Okay, I've got to stop picking these weeds and take this back to him. Otherwise, I'm going to be here forever. Thank you so much for all the likes. I really appreciate it. Hello, Tom Nook. Yes, I have the ingredients. Okay. Craft it. Let's do it! Flimsy fishing rod. I didn't know you had to pay bells to get villagers. I haven't played in a long time, so I don't know all the new stuff they brought out. And you send them to your Nook phone. Okay. Thank you for all the recipe. Oh! Oh, now we've got another... I'm getting so many apps, I'm not going to be able to keep track of what all the apps are, guys. DIY app is now installed on your phone, thank you. Oh, thank you for the... Find the shiny golden spots in the grass? Yes. Bury the bells. Yep. Definitely. Knowing my luck, I'm not going to have one in the area. Knowing my luck, it's going to be like over the water or something. And also, like, the fruit as well. Fruit sells for heats. But I'm picking it all now. Or at least it used to. Sell for lots. Woo! Okay, I can make the... Oh, what do I need to make it? Let's... Since 2021, I love Animal Crossing so much. It's my comfort game. Oh, nice. I can't remember when I bought it. It was quite a long time ago. And I used to play it like all the time. And then, unfortunately, my Switch, one got broken. And then when I moved, I don't know what happened to it. So I haven't had a Switch for ages. Hardwood and iron nuggets. Okay. Oh, there's also... Yes. What else is there? Yep, like flimsy net. I want to do that too. Tree branches for a flimsy net. Okay. What about the axe? Because I need that to chop down the trees. But no, it's been quite a while. I think, like at least a couple of years since I've been able to play Animal Crossing. But I loved it so much. Use your shovel and hit rocks. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to get one made. I need to make one, I think. We played Animal Crossing New Leaf and went to the island and listened to the night music. Is it good? I haven't played the new one because I've only got I've got a Switch 1. So I'm not gonna be able to get the new one unless they bring it out on Switch 1. Call it Switch 1 because that one's obviously a Switch 2. Oh, is it New Leaf of the old game? I didn't know what the new one was called, to be fair. Music will change in the game. 2 to 3 p.m. music is a hell. Okay, I'm prepared, don't worry. I'm prepared for it. Oh. I'll keep that in mind. 2 to 3 p.m. Okay. So don't play between 2 and 3 o'clock. I had a notification, did I not? Oh, it's just telling me about new stuff I can unlock, I think. Okay, let's go make a net so we can catch some bugs. Oh, look at Timmy! Timmy's catching bugs too! I don't want to shake the tree. Get some rocks as well while we're at it, because we're gonna need rocks later. Aw, thank you. No worries at all. Have a great night or day. Thank you so much for all the likes. Oh, hydrate? Okay. Thank you. I need to find some more sticks. I found another one. How many sticks have I got? Oh, I need one more. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Mind my luck, there's not even going to be any sticks. I feel like I've already picked up all the sticks. Oh, there's another one. Found it. I was going to say, surely there's enough sticks to build the basic stuff, otherwise that wouldn't make much sense. Oh, shake the trees. Oh, they give you sticks? Oh. I didn't remember them giving you sticks. Though it's been so long since I played. Way too long. Okay. Yes, give me a flimsy net. Thank you. Woo! All done for now. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah. I do drop beehives. I got stung way too many times. Oops. I don't want to type. Thank you. Let's do some fishing, shall we? Okay. Gotta wait for it to bite. Do I have to be certain places? I can't remember. I feel like I might need to be certain places in the water. Oh yeah, these ones where there's dark circles, right? Yes. Buddy, look, there's a fishing rod. Come bite it. He's not gonna see it, it's too far behind him. Yeah. Bite it. Why does he not want to bite it? Okay, now, surely. There we go. Oh. A rock! No! A stone. Now it's a mine roll. Oh my goodness. It's terrible. I wanted a fish. John Cena! Da, 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 da. This one's gotta be a fish. It's too big to be a rock. Yeah, bite it. Oh my god, no! A boot! Well, I mean, at least that gave me another DIY recipe. Oops. How do I get the... There we go. These boots are made for walking. Oh, I can't believe you can make... Oh, that's so crazy. I can't believe you can make boots to wear. Very creative, though. I like it. too far away from him. If I go too far forward, he's not gonna want it. See? He doesn't want it. There we go. Oh, he caught it straight away. Oh no, more rubbish. Oh, more DIY. Okay, I feel like they've added DIY recipes because you did not used to think of this many DIY recipes straight away.
There you go. Is that what you...
GXDKDK play Boolala for 70 channel points.
Oh, goodness. Oh, it's not a fish! A zebra turkey fish! All the junk you caught? Oh, thank you. I also want to catch a bug. Oh, Betty, I saw you. You were over here. Yes! A butterfly! A common butterfly. They often flutter by. Oh, the jokes. Yes, I got a yellow butterfly. Shouldn't all butterflies be yellow? Ha 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 ha! So funny. Is a dad joke? Oh no. I'm ready for it. Alright, Tom. I've caught fish. I've caught bugs. I found a creature. Yellow butterfly. I have an idea. An old friend of mine runs a museum. I'd love to send him a closer look. Would you be okay with that? Sure. Extra good care of your yellow butterfly. Thanks. There's another app. Why not? What's another app to the other 700 apps I already have? I sent you the Critipedia app. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Buddy-O Bill. What's for sale? I need to make a, when you buy a green shirt with a hole in it, what's the answer? When you buy a green shirt with a hole in it. I don't know. Oops. What is the answer? Oh, why did I get a notification? You put it in. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I need to make... I need a shovel. How do I make a shovel? Why does this keep having... Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, I got some title keywords. Thank you. Where's my DIY recipes? Yeah, I still only have a rod and a net. Is there a way to get more recipes? Okay, thank you. Once per day it will cost you. Jeez, okay. Oh, okay, I can buy things. Oh, look at these Mario style stuff. Why does it cost me to use the terminal? Okay, that's where I have my money. Okay. Should I sell my weeds? Probably. Where's my weeds? I have so many of them. Here you go. 900. Yes, I'll give you 900. I'll take 990 bells for that. Thanks. Is that $10 for one, or 10 bells for one piece of weed? I have so much weeds. That's wild, that is. What, Nook Miles, thank you. Oh, have I got another thing? I'm not even getting all my quests already. There's a lot of unwanted stuff. Thanks. Alright. I'm just gonna go pick the rest of... Yeah, it was the raccoon. I mean, maybe that's what he's doing. He's paying $10 for it. Maybe. Oops. I'm picking all my weeds. I have lots of weeds, so like I'm just gonna sell them all to him. And I'm gonna make bank. They're not gonna know what hit him when I hand these weeds in, honestly. Keep some of them? Okay, I will keep some of them. You need them for some recipes, hey? As I have all over the, across the rivers and stuff, are probably all full of weeds as well, so. Got plenty of weeds, which is nice. And it's with weeds and medicine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely keep some. Look at how many weeds there are though, for real, for real. Filling up my inventory with weeds. Kinda hard to see behind that thing. If there's any. How do I get a shovel and an axe? I can't make my own bench without them. Hello, buddy. Thank you. Don't see a stone. I just haven't got the recipe yet. Can you do it? Well, you need the recipe, don't you? Yes. Give me another 990 bells. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't got the recipe yet. Talk to this guy. See if he'll give me it. What should I do? I'm most curious to see any creatures that you do catch. Do I keep the creatures if I give them to him? Because I know that once you give them to museum, they technically stay with you, but I'm scared that if I give them to him, he's gonna take them away and not give them back. I'll give it to him. Here, buddy. Okay. I'm not sure. I have been taking advantage of it. Oh, share more recipes. Yes, more recipes. Okay, maybe I had to hand him another, creature. Ah, yes, an axe. Oops. Aha! I can make an axe now. By Tom. Alright, now we're gonna go get some sticks. Yeah, it's five sticks or branches and a rock. Oh, money! Oh, thank you. John Cena rock. I know that sometimes if you shake the trees, you'll get furniture as well. Not that tree. That tree doesn't really give anything at all. Okay, we've got lots of sticks coming out. I want to see if I got any furniture. All the sticks. No free furniture. Maybe I'm not getting furniture yet. 3 types of wood. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I got the branches I needed, so that's good. And some extra branches on the floor. Should I craft something? Yes, you should. caramel flavor. Chocolate, banana, and caramel. Well, I don't want the last one. I don't like caramel. No caramel for me, thank you. I don't know which tree to get rid of. Actually, there are some trees over here I don't want. So I'll chop over here. Because they're disturbing my, my town I'm trying to build. Oh, I can't chop it down. I thought you could chop them down. Guess not. Yeah, chocolate. I've got the chocolate wood. Hello, Tom. I think I've got to like keep catching bugs and stuff for him to give me more recipes. I'm just hopefully he gives them back. I'm really scared he's not going to give them back. Oh, proper reward. Oh, what's this? No, totally fine. You can totally yap as much as you want. You enjoy gardening. Stop by and buy more. Thank you. Well, I can't garden because I haven't got a shovel. Give me a shovel. Why is he not giving me a shovel? I think I'm gonna have to catch more bugs to give to him. Hey, you Blank, how you doing? Oh, you just plant them? I thought you had to dig a hole and plant them. Okay. I bet. I'll plant them. Oh, I see. Yep, okay. Gotta plant them all right here. I don't care, rhyme or reason. No rhyme and reason. How you doing, Blank? They're gonna look like weeds when they're grown, but that's alright. Where are the bugs? Show me the bugs! Yeah, it's a beautiful design. No rhyme or reason needed, honestly. Wacko. Just like me. Where are the bugs? There was heaps of bugs before and now there's none. Why? They are bugs! Common blue bottle. Here's another one. Is that another one the same? I don't think he's gonna want to. I don't think he's gonna want two of them, but we'll see. Can I catch this thing too? Yes, I can! A pond skater. Ah, it said, can he do a pond ollie? Dig a hole behind you and the hole will keep you repeating to hit the rock. Oh, okay. Hello, Tom. I found lots of creatures, actually. Yeah, you can send it to your friend. You better keep extra good care. Oh, if you water them every day. So you gotta teach me how to do a watering can, but not... I need a shovel! God, he's an ass. Give me a shovel. Give me a shovel. Does anyone else hate Tom Nook? Because I do. Oh yeah, he only wants one. Yeah, exactly what I mean. Like, I don't really care about crossbreeding because you've only given me one type of, like, flower anyway. And I need to dig holes and get stuff so I can make my own DIY workbench. And you're just giving me stuff I don't need. Hold the phone, someone's calling. Blathers, is that you? Oh, what's splendid timing. Do you remember the venture we discussed? It's coming to fruition. I'm currently stationed on an island that we've decided to call Cookie Land. Yes, the local fauna are as abundant as expected, just as I told you. How many precisely, you asked? Well, there's no way of knowing just yet. But I've received, let's see, 5 outstanding specimens so far. This is very exciting. All about the business ventures, honestly. That was my friend Blathers, the one who curates the museum. Believe it or not, he's going to come to our island to help us identify and preserve the local creatures. It was called Candy? Ooh. I like Candy. Oh, help us find a spot for Blathers. Okay, yes. I can do that. Can I give you more creatures, though? Because I've got one more. Okay, I can't give any more. Okay. No stress. Can I sell you some fruit? I've got so much of it. I'm keeping some because I think I do need some. 2,600 bells? Sold! Thank you, you're welcome. You could break open rocks or maybe even dig a whole new tree if you oh. Now, it's fine for you to sell me your fruit, but you should try eating it once in a while too. Okay, don't tell me what to do, alright? If I want to sell you my fruit, I can sell you my fruit. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. Very rude, Tommy. Why does Timmy just sit outside, by the way, and not help? Timmy's out here just chilling while everybody else is working hard. Why? I ate Sour Patch Kids like every month, but I don't eat it much anymore at winter. And I cannot eat my next meal. I don't like Sour Patch Kids. They're sour. I don't like sour stuff in general, to be honest. It's too close to the plaza. Well, why can't I have it close to the plaza? It's just rude. Yeah. Let me imagine it. Wow! It actually does look pretty cool. Yeah. Woo! Blathers can set up his place now. Let's go. Good job, Blathers. More Nook Miles. Okay. Inexperienced observationist. Well, that's not very nice descriptive words. Critterpedia? Oh yeah, small stuff in there. Why can I still not make a shovel? I just want a shovel. What item furniture did they take out of New Horizons that did exist in GameCube? Oh, I don't know. I don't know the furniture that well. I feel like it'd be type of bed for some reason though. I have a few tips for racking up the Nook Miles. I don't need your advice. I just need you to tell me. Oh my dude. All he wants me to do is pay my moving fees. He doesn't even care about anything else. Purchase some recipes. Yes, okay. Have you got any recipes for me today? Oh, I don't want the box. It's a recycle box. Oh, box gets full. We'll get rid of the closest items first. Sure, we'll take a cardboard box. Why not? I haven't got any other lemon furniture because you guys are mean. Do you get money back if you put, like, if you deposit money? I got all my new and I got you and I. Do I have to pay in Nook Miles? I don't want to pay in my Nook Miles. Hey, Bree! How are you? I'm moving these. I want to pay in my bells because... Ugh. This game. I want to use my bells, okay? I've saved up my bells. I want to use them. And they won't even let me. You're being a pest to your brother so you're doing great? What do you mean? Why are you being a pest to your brother? I know I can... I don't want to... let's put the cardboard box in my house for now. And we're gonna have a look at the Nook Miles stuff and see what I can make Nook Miles. How I can make some Nook Miles. It did it back on me months ago and I'm a petty bitch. Oh goodness. What did he do? And what are you doing to him? Learning how to fish is an essential skill. Okay, fishing. Oops. Critterpedia. Well, I can't put any more stuff in the island at the moment because... Talk to your neighbors every day. Okay. Let's go talk to our friends, guys. Everybody say hello to Tammy and... I think the other one's name is... what his name is. Gotta find them, though. Tammy! And Bird, so I forgot your name. I know one of you was over here earlier. Are you still here? No. You along the beach? Oh, there's one. Tammy. Yo! Don't be shy, you heard? Yeah, I heard. And then when I was trying what I'm trying now, and it caused someone to get hurt because nobody would help me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's a DIY project that uses weeds. Thanks. Tammy, let's eat you? No, we don't eat Tammy. Tammy's nice. What we want to eat Tom. Tom sent us here and then is now making us pay for being here. We're giving away Nook Miles based on how much wood you've chopped from trees. Do I have to pick it up? Because I can chop. I can chop for days. I just don't want to pick it up. Feels like an animal cricket though when I'm hungry. No, you can't eat them. Oh, I've got banana wood coming out. Let me just... Oh no! Oh no, the bees! The bees! No! The bees! Oh no, guys. Oh no. The bees ate me. Bees. It was a froggy chair, but it came into New Horizons in 2021. Interesting. Why'd they get rid of it? Oh, I wanted to check and see if I'm actually getting my Nook Miles for chopping the trees. Neighborhood at this good old. It drives me wild. It does work. Okay, cool. Oh, that tree did. Oh, I missed. There's each catch each time. Ah, I'm just so bad with bees, honestly. How long's it been since you played your Animal Crossing? Have you abandoned your villagers? Oh no, my axe broke. Daily cookies. My axe broke. I miss frog chair days. I don't lie, this frog chair sounds pretty good. I had to sell my Animal Crossing because my dog broke my Switch. No! Do you know the worst part about it is, and I was saying this earlier, is so I just got my new Switch. My besties bought it for me for Christmas. It's early Christmas present. But the worst thing about it is that even though I had a Switch before, and I had the game before, because they didn't have any, like, saves to your, like, account settings or anything, you have to start from scratch unless you have your old Switch. And I'm like, bruh. Because I just, yeah. I mean, I don't really mind because it's been quite a while since I've played, but it's just sad because imagine if you had spent, like, a year straight playing and, like, gotten so far and then you just lost it all. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind too much because I'm pretty easygoing either way, but I know some people, like, are pretty intense about their games, you know? Oh, there's one about weeding as well. Let me see what that one is. Nick Ink salutes you for your beautification efforts. Rewards you with Nook Miles for selling weeds. Ah, okay. Based on the fruit you've sold, okay. I would go insane if I lost my content. I mean, yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, people put a lot of effort into the game. That's why I was hoping that, I don't know, because obviously I don't have the new Switch, I've only got a Switch 1, but I'm hoping that they've kind of taken that on board from people, and with the new one, have it saved to your, account or something, instead of the Switch itself. You also happened when I lost my first fantasy house. It was like that. I spiraled for years after it. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. So sad. Yeah, it's so wild, honestly. To me, it's just crazy. I want to make a free company, I think, on Final Fantasy. I want to make my own. And we're going to sell some of these weeds to get Nook Miles. There's actually so many weeds, though. Making one for me and Law, need more signs to get it up and running. That's fair. I didn't know whether I wanted to join one with Law or make, like, yeah, do one with Law or, yeah, what to do. Because, obviously I'd like if I get a bit more community that play Final Fantasy to be able to have it like my community, but then, like, Law is part of my community, so I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do. Paris is playing some Falconer. Did you guys see that? Twerky. Demon Slayer room upstairs. Sky room in my basement filled mixed with school classroom. Wow. That's pretty cool, I'm be honest. I'm not that creative. But that is pretty cool. I wouldn't be able to do that. I would not be able. Look how many wings there are! Fine. Are you gonna play some, Festival Paris? Is that what you're doing? I'm not really much of an anime person, but I enjoy listening to other people talk about anime because people that like anime are really passionate about anime, and I really like, I just love listening to people who are passionate about what they like. So even though I don't know what you guys are directly talking about, feel free to talk about it because I love listening to people passionate about what they like. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just love watching people who are passionate. I really do, because it makes me happy that other people are happy, even though I don't know what they're talking about. You love imitating the voice? I wish I could imitate voices. That'd be so cool. About the only voices I can imitate are the Australian ones. It's coming up, Spillowy. Though Paris is much better at it than me. I mean, I can't do it off the top of my head, whereas Paris can. Very good at it. Hello, Timmy. Oh no, Tommy's outside. What was Tommy earlier in here? I'm so confused. Does it swap? Did they swap? I don't know which one is which. Oh my goodness, look at how much weeds I have. There's a whole story. I scare people with it. A girl was always featured when I didn't. I mean, if you're good at it, why not, you know? Why not? Maybe you could be a voice actor in an anime. My goodness, getting this amount of Nookmals is a struggle city right now. Welcome to the Gremlin VA crew. I am not a voice actress or actor in the slightest. I'm not good at that stuff, but that's okay. We're all good at things that we're good at, and that is just not one of my things. Oh my gosh, I can make a birdhouse. A guy at my retail place, and I'm like, what? Oh, I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I don't identify as a guy or a girl, but I'm always being told I sound like a girl, so that's... Because I have quite a high voice, and always have. You sound like a cookie, thank you. Fine. I try to sound like a cookie. Where did my tire toy? There we go. I wonder if I can sit on it. Can I sit? I can! Look at this, guys! I'm sitting on my tire toy! Yeah. It's been hard. It's been hard. Because I used to make content like way back, and I didn't like really know who I was or anything. And so a lot of people know me from then, when I was quite feminine and presented that way because I thought that's what I was meant to do, and so they struggle to I guess readjust, which is hard on both parties. Oh my goodness, there's little things in the ground. I want to dig them up, but I can't yet because I don't have a shovel. Let me have a shovel. Let me catch. Oh, he's gone. He's hard to get, isn't he? Okay, what other Nook Mile things can I get? I'm very much struggle busting to get these Nook Miles. I feel them changing it to Nook Miles made it harder. I don't know if people wanted that or not, but I certainly didn't. I did not want it to be harder. I got a first smartphone in 2017, so it took a while until I could watch Twitch and subscribe to YouTube channels. You can do all of that now, yay! I love social media, honestly. I'm addicted. Always have been. If your tool's ready to make more. Okay. I just noticed my stream avatar. What is your stream avatar? Is it a little snake? I can't see it. Oh, he's a little snake. Oops, I stepped it up. I made the... Hang on. Window. I messed the window size up. Yeah. I think it auto applies. I think you can change it. I think underneath the stream, in my about section, I think you can change it. Let me have a look. It's not as I'm not okay. Well, if you do want to change it,
I'm a gameaholic.
GXDKDK
I am a gameaholic, this is true.
For 70 channel points.
I actually don't know how you change it now. Oh, it might come up over the top. Might not do it for me because I am the streamer. Should though, I don't know why it wouldn't. Oh yeah, here on the side. Ah. That's how you do sound alerts as well. I don't know why it says I'm not following my own channel, but sure, stream avatars. You do you, boo. You do you, boo. Well, I guess, yeah, just keep chopping down trees and stuff until... I miss when it was bells. Bells were so much easier to get. Nook miles are hard. Oops, I missed. You're not even allowed to do it yourself? Oh, you don't even follow just I was so confused. I thought you meant you weren't allowed to do it on my channel either. No! Oh dear. Oopsies, guys. My bad. Do I get a knock more for that
You're
one?
in big trouble.
GXD
Those
KDK
bees hate
played in Big
me.
Trouble for 100 channel points.
Oh, look, there you go. Got knock miles for getting stung. I am in big trouble. Yeah, you're the fakest fan ever. God, Ree, why are you not following yourself? Get it together. Oops. Well, must be awake. My dog just went into annoy mode. She always does this. Really? That's wild. Oh, there goes my axe. Yeah. I hope Laura's feeling a bit better today. I know that she was not feeling very good last night. Keep the beehives, I remember now. Okay. I shall keep them. They're on the floor at the moment, because I don't have the space to... Two beehives plus some weeds equals one medicine. Ah, okay. We're running up that hill. We're running up that hill. Time. Do I have enough Nook miles now? I don't even remember how much I needed. I'll talk to him and ask him. Hey, buddy. You ass. What do I want to talk to you about? My moving fees. 5,000! I'm struggling. Why can't he just let me pay the bells? I've got the bells already. Ugh. Oh, I hate this guy. Honestly. I only chopped 54 trees. Oops, I missed. That's alright. Go whack a rock. Oh! I can get coins. Nookwell's is the symbol of being indentured to him specifically. No wonder he only takes them. I know, right? It's so dumb though, because he used to take, he used to take the bells, and now they've changed it, obviously, to be Nook Miles at first. Unless I'm wrong and misremembering it always was Nook Miles at first. But I don't feel like it was this hard to pay off your original debt. You realize the exploit? For real though. For real, he's absolute ass. I hate him. I hate Tom. We all need to boycott Tom Nook. No more Tom Nook. No more Tom Nook. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Oh, I just want to talk to you. Can I talk? Oh, I need to put this away? Okay, hang on. Stay there, don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you. It's a little extreme, excuse. Oh, you should show you how to make medicine. Thank you. Make sure you keep some medicine on you. Thank you. All you have to do is catch a tarantula and a scorpion and 1 beetle. I already sent 1 villager packing with my boycott hashtag get in boxes bareback when the game was new. Alright, I know how to make the medicine now. So it is. Are you right? Let's see. CGI, let's see. Yeah, oh, 1 nest. 1 nest, there you go. 1 nest and some weed. So where's the nest? I know I've chopped 2 down so far. This one. I banished him to a literal trash prison island until he moved out. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've seen people like literally box box villagers in so that they can't leave their home. To get them to want to leave. Because a hell of a movement, no, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Alright, let's make some... It's on my Twitter still, I think. I definitely need to look at that. For sure. Sounds great. If not, if I switch back up, yeah, definitely. I whacked them with my net I got from Mr. Raccoon. I guess there is no rule for whacking. There is no rule, no. Let's have the party. Alright, let's use some of this medicine so that we don't look like we've just got stabbed in the eye. Alright, I guess back to chopping trees and hoping we don't run into another bee's nest. At least I've got a spare medicine now, so that's good. Oh, there goes my axe again. They let you whack with a net, you shouldn't, but you can, and that's how you spot the gremlin. Kabuki is my test subject for using net on his head. You guys are so mean to your villagers. I vibe. It's a vibe, don't worry. What's wrong with my... Oh, well, I got no tree branches. Lame. Can I put stuff in my tent? Like, do I have storage in the tent? Because I want to store stuff, but... Teddy called me ugly. Of course I hate it. Oh, that's mean. Alright. Yeah, bet. Yeah, no. What's with bears, honestly? You know what I mean? I want to put some stuff away because I need more space in my inventory, but I don't know if I have storage in my house. Or my tent. It's not even a house. Just give me one more night. Love me right now. How do I... No, I don't have space still. I don't have anything. Look, guys, I've got a butterfly! Oh, I can put it down, look! Yep, I've just found that. My entire tent, now that I know this, the entirety of my tent is just gonna be fish and bugs, now that I know this. I no longer care about my Nook Miles. I no longer care about paying off my debt. I'm just gonna catch bugs and fish. You want this game? It's so good. Put it on your wish list on the store for sure. I'm sure it'll come on special at some point. Def. Do it. Where's the bugs? Gimme. It's so expensive. It is. Definitely put it on your wish list. It never has? Oofed. Alright, well. Maybe as a community we can save up to get Paris the game. Even better the smellies there. Been train robbery since day one when I got it. There you go. Well, maybe we can make it a nice community effort. Oh my gosh, give me the bug! I'll do it for sure, bet! It's so expensive here. How much is it here, Paris, to buy? Paris is also from Australia, by the way. What is it, like 60, 70, 80, 90? I don't think, yeah, make sure to get on physical copy. Oh my goodness, there's the fishies. Fishies. Whee! I don't know how much it is, to be honest. Oh. Where'd he go? I want to catch the cricket. Ah! No, I've got one chance. One chance. Ah! He's gonna jump in the water and I'm never gonna see him again. I got him! $79.95 plus 8 for upgrade to 2? That's wild. I can have a look. I'm on it. I think Paris would be super excited if she had Animal Crossing. It's a vibe, honestly. It's like the best Nintendo game I've ever played. They also brought in swimming and stuff, which was kind of cool. I liked it. There's a free item in the store, by the way. I'll have a look later. Remind me later. I'm obviously not going to look right now because I don't know if I get doxxed or if I bring up my store. We'll pop in our chat so I remember to look. It's a rug? Oh. Oh, for Animal Crossing? Is that worth? You're so, like, actually such a nice person. Subscriptions to Final Fantasy, like, games. The John Cena Animal Crossing joke. I don't even, like, understand it. Because John Cena's not The Rock. What? Why is it, like, why? Why? I don't even fully understand it. You should totally grab this to get the Switch Lite in-game, that's cute AF. My life is like this? I hope that you pay your bills and stuff first though, right? You can come chat if you want, by the way, Paris. I am in my Discord. I don't mind. But only if you want to, of course. You don't have to, but if you wanna. What's the Nintendo Switch game voucher? I don't know. Okay. Oh, you're studying. Well, then why are you here talking to me, Queen? I mean, you still can come if you want to. I just won't. I do have Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Exclamation mark Discord. Yep. Thank you, Paris. We do have a Discord. We hang out, we chat, we do community nights, and we play games and stuff sometimes. Trying to do a bit more often now. You buy 2 for $100 and it gets you 2 games. Oh, the Switch, the Zep thing? Yeah, so we play Jackbox. We've done Cards Against Humanity. I want to start hosting like Overwatch customs or Fortnite customs or kind of whatever people want to do. Yeah, so yeah, we do lots of stuff. We also like want to do like quiz nights and movie nights and lots of stuff. We're just trying to get some more friendos, really, because we don't have a lot of friends at the moment. I used to have a pretty big community, but then I had to stop streaming for a while, and so we don't have as big of a community anymore. We have lots of cool ideas that we want to do. And if you want to be a streamer at any point in time, I am always happy to help. My whole jam is helping other streamers. You can be our friendo for sure. We'll think about the voucher. 'Tis a lot of money, but I'll see. Okay. Yeah, good. SIE? SIE. Too many things to spend money on right now. It is coming up to Christmas, so it definitely is a lot of things. I'm hungry to do my face reveal. I have 3 different wigs I can wear to disguise myself. Ooh, nice. My group. Oh, okay. We're not a criminal syndicate, technically? What does that mean? I mean, technically. Only technically not. No, that's totally a good idea, Jai, for real. Definitely, wigs is a good idea. VTubing is also another good option as well. Oops. You do art? What sort of art do you do? We have a lot of artists in our community, actually, at the moment. Oh my goodness, except for me, I am the least artistic person I know. I really want to party game play my family too, and those are mad expensive. They are. Crazy. You draw by freehand? Yeah. What sort of, like, people or things or metals, crafting, carpentering? Ooh. You guys are also creative and stuff out here, like, oh my goodness. I'm teaching Final Fantasy 14 in my free time. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm teaching Paris. Because I know how to play and she doesn't. Oh, nice! I love it. You should totally post some of your stuff in our art channel, in the Discord. And you're a writer? Oh my god. Guys! Why are you all so talented? What is going on? You're all so talented. How did I attract the talent, Paris? How did I manage? Paris is artistic and a musician. Law is artistic and very creative. Gaming is also very creative and is good at art as well. Soul is good at art. Like, you got... Like, what is happening? I'm the least artistic person I know, yeah? All of my, like, all the people I know now are all great at art. Like, what? How did this happen? Law is amazing. I love Law, honestly, if you guys have not. Tim is a muso as well, yes. Yes, so is Jacko. Yeah, if you guys haven't met Law, by the way, this is Law. She's beautiful, she's amazing, she's also another VTuber. You was gonna do that? I beat you to it. No, yeah, Law is amazing. If you guys like any sort of RPGs, MMOs, that style of game, that is more her style. Mine is more the cozy game style and comp stuff. So, and we also collab on occasions as well. Pause distracting. Should you be working? Oh no, I can't pick up the wood right now because I need to keep space. I need to get these Nook Miles. I just need one more challenge done and then I'll have the Nook Miles. I can learn to fish. I can do fishing because I can just put the fish down in my house and they'll be fine. Or sell them if I've already got one. I should have a way to sound creepy, so I won't. No creepy! Law's beautiful. We definitely do not want to sound creepy. Oh my goodness. Ah! Let me... The only thing I dislike about Animal Crossing is the way you need to fish. Is you need to stick it in front of their face. Check the email you just got. Oh, okay. I don't have any emails. Oh, I didn't have an email because you opened it. Oh. I did tell you that they probably have it. Yeah. Yeah, I did tell you that they definitely, probably had it. Fine. They're doing all the right things. That's alright. It's okay. It's not their fault. I did say that they would probably contact if they didn't have to do anything with it. How does that even happen? I don't even know. For reference, sorry guys. Recently, at least in Australia, I don't know about if it's anywhere else, but in Australia, they've had to recall a whole bunch of coloured sand, like kinetic sand sort of thing, because it was found to have asbestos in it. And my child's school's just contacted and said that they have the coloured sand, and just to let us know that they're following all precautions and like doing all the things they need to do, and they're doing it on all coloured sand, not just the one that was recalled, so. But yeah, I don't even know how that happens, honestly. Happy hunting. Oh my goodness. I wonder how it out. I tested something, I'm sure. I'm moving fees, please. You O5 that. I know, but I don't want to give him all my miles. Rude. We love Reed. It could be Paris's Christmas present, for real, for real. Xmas/birthday, exactly. We all know that I struggle to be able to get you a nice Christmas present, so there you go, I farmed it out. How is that treating you? It could be better. I have an IRL guild count off the tasks I do at home. I love that. No one has ever said that developing an island paradise would be easy, but we don't do things because they're easy. We do them because they are profitable. I'm impatient. You're growing weary of life and it's 10. I suppose the time is discuss developing custom homes. Challenges that do translate directly into costs. Here we go. Here we go. One more thing to share. We have a miles redemption service for the Nook miles you've collected. When you access the Nook stop, you'll be able to redeem your miles for lots of interesting things. Not my real name. What would you like to talk about? Nook, you damn capitalist! You'd rather be stuck than lift a finger to help. I know, right? ZiCookiie made the change about home ownership, ready to move forward into comfort and luxury. 98,000 bells? 8 different colors? Oh! Red, pink, yellow, black. What other colors have you got? Blue, aqua, green, purple. Oh, okay. Timmy is cute. Red or black? Red or black, guys? I'm thinking black. I'm torn. Red or black for my roof? Pink is mostly a solid choice, but purple is always solid. I don't want pink or purple. Black? Alright. I never had a black roof. And I've got a 50-50. Black or red. It's prettier. Jai, black or red? Red? One sec, okay. See, I make the roof blood looking. Are you gonna see what the roofs look like, Paris? Is that what you're doing? Everybody wants to be alone. Everybody wants to be adored. Oh, our question of the day in Discord today, guys, is what happened this week that made you happy? So what made you guys happy this week? Sending to you 1 second. Okay. Burn the roof? I did burn the roof. And so you need me. Come outside. Can't say what I want to, it's not time. Alright, I'm looking. Oh. I do like the red. I do like the red. Yeah, maybe we go red. Also, I replied to your other message, by the way. I'm gonna go red, I think. Or red. I'll have a red roof. I'll get that order for you. I'll get a mileage upgrade. Woo! The options are the 8 ones you sent me. I didn't want any of the other options. It was either black or red was my thoughts. I have access to all the Nook Miles benefits. Oh yeah, I think the link. If you follow this link, you'll join the Discord. Yeah, the 8 options are the ones you sent me. I didn't want blue or yellow or green or... I wanted an alternate color. Please look. Okay, that is all from me. Thank you, Tom. Your capitalistic life. Oh, now I have 9 Nook Miles plus. Oh yes, this is like the extra stuff that you get. Nook Miles plus. Moving fees have been paid. Woohoo! May your money rot and choke you, Tom. Exactly. For real though. Now I'm gonna have to pay him like 98,000 to own my home. Is he gonna build it where my tent is now? I hope so. I don't want to move. I've picked my home and I want to stay here. How long does it? Do I have to wait to be able to have my house? I didn't read his messages. All I heard was capitalism, capitalism, capitalism. It is 11:52 a.m. for us. I think that for law it's in the PM. She's a bit closer. Oh, for you. Yes. Probably AM. I'd say. About my home. Yes. Tomorrow. Okay. So do I have to wait till tomorrow? That's sad. Real lifetime too, guys, so... Oh, I don't want to sell my fish. Can I make shoes? It said I could make shoes if I got 2 boots. Yes. Like, cycle boots! That's fair. If it was not for my, children, I would be very similar because, yeah. Totally get that. Yeah, in our house we have, shutters on the outside of the windows, so, we also can't tell if it's day or night when they're down, because it, like, completely blocks everything out. You and me could make a deal with God to get him to swap out place. Oh! The other one was in a bucket. That one's in a full tent. I make fake window blinds. Shit, but a damn liar. Oh, there's no room for anything there. My tent's getting a bit full. Beautiful little umbrella, that. Beautiful. See, I thought it was 9 a.m. here. It would be pretty early hours, though, right? If it's 11 here, are you East Coast or West Coast? Oh, it's PM, is it? Wild. You must be like a full 12 hours behind me. East Coast? Okay, so you're like... Oh, Paris is gonna have to tell me if our friend is also East Coast. I don't know where he is. Am I right in thinking that Barrington's on the East Coast, Paris? Let me catch you! No! That is very fair. But I do not miss having a job. Oh, he's West, is he? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. He's in Cali? Okay. Go to West too, actually. But West Australia, obviously. How have I still not been told how to make a shovel? Am I actually being... Oh! 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 Yeah. Oh my goodness. Sorry, raids just make me laugh so much. I've never raided you before. You haven't. Hello, gaming. How was your stream? Welcome into the stream. Me one cookie. Gaming friend, love games and chat. They play Minecraft, PS5, and PC games. Awkward but a cozy streamer. Don't talk about their aim. Mummy skin, Deadpool hints. I'm hungry for more streams. I love Frosty. I love Frosty. Oh my goodness. It was good? How was your Minecraft? Did you die? We did it twice, but I'm down for the fact we get more information. Me too. I love it. I love it. How was your Minecraft? Welcome in, everybody, in the raid. How are you doing? My name is ZiCookiie. I am a stay-at-home mum of 2 boys, and I play like so many games. We're playing Animal Crossing right now, and I'm being absolutely capitalized by Tom Nook. It's not very nice, but that's fine. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you. Your bird did? Oh no. What color bird was it? Tell me, what kind of bird was it? Was it a red one? The red ones are the best, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm being capitalized. Like, dude's literally, like, ripping me off right now. For real, for real. Blue? Named it after you? No! And then it died again? Oh my goodness. No. You mean my overlay is cute, Ree? I made this myself. How good I am. Ignore the stream schedule thing, because I don't really have a stream schedule right now. I didn't think of that! I'm sorry I made you think of that. I'm sorry. Sorry. I love you, gaming. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you enjoyed gaming stream. She's a very good Minecraft player. I've seen her builds. Are you making a new server? Is that what you're doing today? Did you make a new server? Because you said you weren't going to make the moon again. No. Yes. What do you mean, no? Yes. Gaming is actually, like, guys, if you're not following Gaming, go follow Gaming. She's very funny. She's very nice. And she was up until, like, I didn't even know what time because she lives on the other side of Australia, so I don't actually know what time it was. But for me, it was 1 a.m. in the morning. And she was up fixing things for her stream. And then she was up at, like, 8 a.m. Like, my time, so 7 hours later. Like, she was up putting so much damn effort in her streams. Because she's just amazing like that. She put a lot of effort in. Have you eaten? Go and eat, actually. Go and eat. Oh, being a stay-at-home mum was cute. It is. Yes, I am a stay-at-home mum. That is my life. You inspire me? Aww. Please don't burn yourself out, though, for real. Make sure you take time to look after yourself and make sure you get enough sleep. And and ask for help if you need, like, someone else to, like, help do things and stuff as well. Where else are you streaming? TikTok. TikTok. Oh, Paris wants to know if you have a custom Minecraft skin, by the way, Gaming. By the way, it was a friend server? Okay. I was wondering. Is that a stream? I did. I saw you were streaming on TikTok. I saw that. You do? Paris loves making Minecraft skins. It's her favorite thing. Was chasing a dog into the night woods again. Is it your dog? Is it your dog? I'm so confused. Yeah, go make some food. I should make me an updated one, Kai. I mean, I don't play Minecraft anymore, though. You don't know how to view your own TikTok stream? You can do it on the computer. Otherwise, you have to, like, get an alternate account to look at it. It's really annoying. Everyone made fun of the one I made for Kai because they assholes. I don't think I'm making... I mean, like, yeah, a little bit. My dog child is the bane of my existence. It's okay. I love my children, but they're bane of my existence too. Yeah. I use like a Vanisky account to look at it on my phone normally. I don't have it up today though, but that's okay. And then you also count as a viewer, so little knowledge there for ya. And you can like your own stream and like push it out to the ether. Fun fact for today. I mean, I didn't say that though, but you know. Yes, Powers, send all the skins. We all want to see. Definitely. And if you guys haven't answered the daily question in the Discord, totally do. It's what happened this week that made you happy. Alright, should we get back to playing my game? We should. Not that I really know what I was doing. I think I was going to go try and catch some bugs. Oh, he's too far away! Come here! He didn't want to come here. Very rude. Maybe I should catch some fish. They don't move as much. Whee! I can't work out whether... Oh, it's a prison. I can't get that yet, though. I can't work out whether I want to put the aircon on yet or not. It's starting to get a bit warm, but I don't want to be too cold. I don't know what to do. Is Law streaming today, by the way, guys? Does anybody know? Whee! Sea bass. Will it see it? Good question. Thank you. I always ask the best questions. put it on because you can always put more clothes on, not less. This is true. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Everyone's like, why do you like winter better? And I was like, because you can always put more items of clothing on. You can always put blankets on. You can get yourself warmer, but there's only so much you can do when it gets hot, okay? It is not appropriate to walk around with, like, no pants on or something, you know, so that you're nice and cool in summer. But in winter, you can put whatever you want on. Okay? You know. There you go. How you doing? You're up early today. Thank you for liking the live. I hope you enjoyed my TikToks that involved you, Soul. I especially liked the driving, honestly. It was my favorite TikTok to make. Is it getting hot there? Yes. It really is. It's, it was 31 yesterday. It was crazy. And I mean, I'm quite, like, I'm not in Perth or, like, too far north, so it was definitely hotter up, further up. You haven't slept yet? Oh, right, yeah, because you're probably very similar to Ree. Okay, yeah. 11 p.m. Probably go to sleep if you need to. But if you can hang out, that's cool too. We haven't seen much of you, Soul. We've missed you. Oh, you're in America, right, Racy? You're not even going to know what 31 degrees is. Oh, my fishing rod broke. Oops. Paris, do you know how much degrees 31 degrees is in Fahrenheit? Do it. I mean, I think she's probably lurking, so she might see your message, but... Of an apology. I'll never see. We need to play soon? We do! Don't read that, please! Oh, so Laura said that she is going to be streaming, by the way. I'm running out of space! There's no room to put my fish in the plates. Oh, there's no room. That begs a question I must ask, but later when it's time. I don't want to show it off. I wanted to place it. Oh, no. Okay. Can I put them outside? But without letting them go? I don't want to let them go. Let me... Place. I can! Oh my goodness! No wonder it wouldn't let me put it down inside. Oh my god, my whole island's just gonna be fish everywhere, guys. I can sell these butterflies because I've already got these ones. I want to put my shoes on. Where? Oh, beautiful. Look at my rainbows, guys. Can you see that? Look how cute they are. Oh, they're so cute. Whee! Yes, we've missed you very much, Soul. I hope you've been good, though. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're gonna play some Minecraft? Ooh. Ooh. Paris loves Minecraft. Just wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If you ever need someone to play game with. I myself do not really like Minecraft very much, but she definitely does. Supposed to be able to play something later. Okay. Sounds good. Enjoy your Minecraft. Thank you for coming and saying hello. We definitely missed you. Another blue bottle. Well, I guess we'll just sell that one as well. I think there's little I can do until my house is built. But I'm just gonna keep catching fish for a little while. It's more like a 24.5 questions I'm begging to ask, but I'll write them for later too. What sort of questions? You can ask me questions. I like talking. So you can ask questions. Should I, oh, with someone else. Okay, yeah, I see. Well, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me. I like talking. My whole job. Considering this is my job. Hey, about other stuff at the meantime. Okay. I might have to, thinking I'll have to leave my island for today and come back to it, because I do know from memory there's not heaps that you can do while you're waiting for your house to be made. And the museum to come in. I'm gonna try and catch some more stuff though, so that when the museum does get built, I have lots of stuff to put in it. Excuse me, fishy. Oh, it's going too far away. He's not gonna see that. Yeah, again, this is the only thing I do not like about Animal Crossing is the fishing. Oh, a can. Woohoo! Oh, repurposed! Another DIY idea. Is he gonna see it? Catch it, fishy. Catch it. Catch it. Yes! Oh! A loach! That's going way too far away for that bit. Oh, no, maybe he'll see it. Nice. Is that another loach? Alright, well, we can sell one of those. Oh, what have I got my Nook Miles for? Oh, my Nook Mile Plus. They gonna kiss me. I don't think there's anything else in here that I can grab. Okay, we're gonna catch this fishy. Whee! Oh, what's this one? Bluegill. Was that playing out loud? Are you like me and talk out loud to yourself sometimes? Because, yeah, me too. Oh, come on, fish. There's no way you don't see that. There we go. Thank you. Have to so I can remember it. That is very fair, honestly. This is a big fish. Oh, we've already got a black bass, I think. Oh no, do we have a different bass? I can't even remember what bass we have. I'm gonna have to go and have a look, aren't I? I can turn the light on. I don't know what type of bass that is, so I guess we're just gonna stick both basses here for now. Oh, it's okay. I'm crazy too. Don't stress, honestly. This is one of the best communities to be crazy, to be honest, because we don't even really believe in being crazy. As long as you're a happy chappy and you're okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Trying to save up some bells while I'm just chilling. Is that you and gaming going back and forth over there, Paris? It so is. Look at you two. I can see you. I can see you too. I'm over here like trying to like keep an eye on my Discord because I don't have it actively up all the time. And I'm over here trying to keep an eye on my Discord to like make sure that I don't like if I'm missing any messages because Paris will usually message me on Discord. So I'm keeping an eye on the amount of notifications I have. And my notifications just keep going up and up and up. And then they said 9+. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just them too. Mind you, I'm in this group chat. Go make your own group chat. Without me. Mean. I'm not appreciated, guys. Being bullied. Oh, Miles Redemption. Thank you. Redeem Nook Miles. Oh, yeah? Oh, look, I can buy things. I'm sorry, is that a wetsuit? Oh, that's for, like, when you want to do swimming. Oh, look, there's some pretty rugs as well. Oh, all this have Nook ink written on them, so it's just merch. They sell merch. They sell merch. 500. Thank you for patronage. Patronage. How do you say it? Was I right? Was it patronage? I don't know. Alright. Oh my god, look at my little, like, what I got going on here. And in my house as well. My house is full of fish and stuff. Bugs. Very nice. Alright, we should save this. Ready? Yes. Save and end. Thank you. Burr, 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 burr. I'm a die. No stress. Where you go. Excuse me. Yeah. So what should we do? Should we play should we play some Final Fantasy? I don't have a lot on my Switch at the moment. Because I need to get a SD card for it. Oh, this is very hot from being sat in there. My goodness. Click my things back on the side of it. How do I don't remember how you turn it off. Oh. Okay. Let's get my oh goodness, what am I searching things I don't want? I'm gonna run some dungeons today, I think. On where you go. I might turn the aircon on actually because it is getting quite warm while this loads. Okie dokie. I'm not sure if there's a way to change my game on TikTok. Oh, here we go. Final Fantasy Dungeons. Online. Update. Okie dokie. And then we're just going to update over here. Sungeon time. Whoops, I can't spell. Dungeon time. Final Fantasy. Alright. Oh, I forgot that I was doing, Dungeons with Paris last night, and it was, I had to go Scholar. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's congested today! Goodness gracious! Ooh. I got excited. I got an email that said $20 off on Amazon. But it says spent when you spend $200 or more. I'm not spending $200 or more. Lame. Alright. Should actually bring up my TikTok stream. I want to see, did my people sell anything last night? Well, apparently we sold them malachite. That's good. Not much of anything else, but that's okay. At the moment, I'm just sending them to get lots of wind shards because yesterday I realized like how many wind shards you actually needed to craft things, and I definitely did not have enough. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Sign adventure. We're also going to send you to do wind shard. Thank you. I was waiting for them to get back so that I could send them to do that. Oh, they sold some stuff. Oh, wow. Holy. They sold a lot of things, actually. Sold 4 mithril ingots and sold my bright linen of casting. Yeah, let's go. Okie dokie. Right. So, because I want to do... Change back to my summoner. I wonder if I should do my daily roulettes, actually. Oh, you can only do one of these? Ooh. That's smart. What's this one? Oh, daily challenges. I need to do Heaven's Ward. And I need to do... it might be a trial, maybe. Yes, it is a trial. I need to do Extreme. I'm kind of scared, though, because... I haven't done an Extreme before. Average item level. 205. Okay, I've got plenty of... Okay, I'm gonna just try it, I guess, and we're gonna see what happens. Wow, more than 30 minutes. Okay. Because what I was saying to Paris the other day, yesterday, when we were doing her, and like, because our wait was like 5-10 minutes or something. Oh, that's nothing compared to what you can get. Maybe I should go to the, Golden Saucer for a little while. I have a ticket for it, I think, actually, that I can use to get there faster. Yeah. Is that? Or maybe I don't. Maybe I need to put it in my inventory to use it. Get some fun stuff. Maybe. I want to use the Aetherite ticket, but I don't know. Oh yeah, there we go. Use. Okay. It's like I want to use the Aetherite ticket. All of the time. Okay. I've got lots of stuff here, to be honest. But I just have not done, because I've never come here. I got a person here, literally, that wants to sit to me. I got a quest. Speak with Y at... What's that? Oh goodness, I don't even know how to get around over here. Oh, is this the Fall Guys thing? I don't want to. Alright, I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be so bad, and I'm gonna fail terribly. Chat, just pre-warning you. It's gonna be absolutely disgusting. I'll give it a go. I'm pretty bad at Fall Guys in general, let alone skip the cutscene, thanks. Let alone Final Fantasy version of it. Oh, can we stop the cutscenes, please? Thanks. I do not like cutscenes. There I am here for someone else. Okay, so I gotta talk to this one. Okay. Unable to register. Oh, because I'm already. Okay, well, we'll just cancel this for now. I guess, yeah. It's a super long wait for the one I was trying to do anyway, so. May as well just do this for a bit instead. With Benny down to it. Whee! What, you mean? Why can't you jump up there? That's just rude. I hope you're doing well. You best be doing your studying, by the way, ma'am. Bless me. Sorry, guys. I was not able to mute fast enough. I've got some of that fancy Fall Guy outfit, so obviously they've been playing before. Okay, it's just us two. Me and you against the world, Lenora. Me and you, Lenora, together. We're gonna Fall Guys it. Together, just us. Gentle Beans Fever. Okay. I'm gonna get knocked out first round, but that's okay. Avoid obstacles and reach the goal. Why does it appear that is not gonna be the, it's not gonna be as simple as that. Okay. Oh, what do you mean? What? Jesus! What's happening? Okay. What? I'm in temporary misdirection. Whoa, no, it's backwards. Oh shoot, I can't do that stuff. My brain doesn't work like this. Oh my goodness, no, what way is it going? Oh, what's happening? I'm just gonna keep going. I'm just gonna run. I'm running for it. We're running. Woohoo! Oh no. Oh Jesus! I lost. That was hikey, some of the most stressful shit I've ever done in my life. I did really good. Oh, thank you. Saw 3 Siege. Alright. When you finish studying, you should come play. Carry the crystals to the correct location. It's okay. I mean, I worked it out. It's just I don't have the like response time to do it. Oh, I'm in spectator mode. Oh, so I'm not allowed to play anymore? Oh. I'm just gonna watch them. Oh, nice. Go! Go, Lenora! Oh! Oh, poor Lenora. Knocked out. You got this, Lenora! I believe in you! Yes, go Lenora! Oh no, did she get knocked out? Oh no, she was almost there. Yes! Oh, they got one! Nice, Lenora, well done. Next, next, go, 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 go! Is that the right one? Isn't she holding red? Yeah, red, there we go. Yeah, go, 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 good job! Woo! Go for gold! Woohoo! Nice! Oh, that one was easier one than the orange one. The orange one was hard. We've got a minute to do the blue one. We've got this, I believe. Oh no! Oh, did she get whacked out? She did get whacked out. Back to the start again. Grab the blue one again. 60 seconds! You've got this. Just not too fast. Good job. Oh, what? Yes, yes! Woohoo! Woohoo! You did it! Mandeville Mountain. I know I've been eliminated and can watch via spectator mode. Oh, you can't use chat in this mode. That's sad. I wanted to cheer them on. Oh, The good thing is she's by herself, so she can kind of take it as slow or as fast as she wants. Yeah. Ooh. Good job. Woohoo! Yep. Oh, I did bad, but that's okay. I'm trying, that's what matters, right? Damn, it's just me. It's me, myself, and I. I'll just sit down and wait. Oh, we've got 3 people this time. I wonder if I can say hello in this mode. Oh, you can't use chat. Oh no, it's Lenora again. It's a Lalafell though. Oops. They're so much taller than me. Look how tall they are. I love this, like, little Lalafell spunky outfit, though. Look at him. Spunky! Woohoo! Maybe I won't get eliminated first round, because there's 3 of us this time. We'll see. Oops. Dance it! Dance it! Alright, here we go, guys. Let's go! 3, 2, 1, let's go! Oh, okay, this one again. Gentle Beans Fever. Okay, avoid the obstacles and reach the goal. That's our goal, guys. Goal is to reach the goal. 2, 1, go! Woo! Oh no, I got electrocuted! No! Oh, slippery, slippery! Ooh! Oh! Ah! No! Ah! Jeez. No! I'm terrible at this stuff. Ah, I did it! Woohoo! Woohoo! The gold swiveler. Alright. I'm definitely not gonna wing this one, but that's alright. Stay on the platform. Okay, this is wipeout style. Oh, baby, baby. Woo! Woo! No! I don't want to talk about it. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. That was embarrassing. It was very embarrassing. I've got 172 at the moment. No, how do you buy things? Who do you buy them from? Over here. At least 410? Oh my goodness. $410? $350 for the things? Way. What? I looked at what I wanted to look at. What do you mean? You said I clicked the menu that showed me the minions and stuff. That's what I wanted to look at. Yeah, but I've only got like 170 points anyway. I'm not going to be able to buy nothing yet. Oh, there's a star on the stream avatars, guys. Maybe somebody could catch it. Missed it. Mandeville Can Parade. I know. Oh no, 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 no. I think the star went away. Oh, there are only 2 of us again now. Oh no, somebody left. Oh, I either win or I lose. Shit! What? What the heck was that? The dreaded name? Which one? Mandeville? That's what they, all the... Oh. That's what all the, Fall Guys stuff is. Mandeville. This person's deaf gonna win, by the way. Oh, Jesus, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. What's that? Oh, we gotta go back. Okay. I was so confused. I was like, is it teleporting me back? I don't know. Mm. Oh! I was almost there. Nope. Nah, the other person's gonna win for sure, Z's. There's a reason why I don't play the silly games on this game. I'm so bad at them. I don't know why it makes you go through all those cutscenes, why it doesn't give you the option to leave when you lose. Because it's like, it's a long time to wait. I've only got 215. What do you mean? I went to the others tab. That's what I'm literally looking at. I looked at the... What do you mean, Paris? This is where I went. This is literally what I went to. Others. Yeah. So confused.
not gonna lie, this would be so much better if more people played it, because, like, you literally just get kicked out the first round because there's only 2 of you. Oh, it's just me. I mean, I can't lose if it's just me, right? I mean, I can lose, to be fair, because, you know. But... Whee! Alright, made it here pretty quickly, so that's good. Oh! That was close. Carry the crystals to the correct place. Okie dokie.
was past that. I was totally past that. Okay, 1. One out of 3, and we've got 2 minutes to go. Blue first. Dang it. No, I did not get hit by that. It's fine. Oh my gosh. There's no way to get past. See, like, it doesn't matter where you go. You're still gonna get hit by it. Why I don't play games like this. There's no way to do it. It's not possible. When I watched the other person do it before, they weren't getting hit this much. This is why I don't play these games. Can I what? Leave, please? How do you leave? I don't understand how you got the points you did to get all that. I literally only have 344. I don't even have enough to get one thing. Alright, got a challenge completed. I don't know how to do that thing up there. Rescue the chocobo chick. Oh, that's what this is. I was like, I wonder what this is. I'm bad at parkours, just pre-warning everybody. Do not judge my parkour badness. Did I do it? Woohoo! Oh, and I got 3,000 things for it. There you go, Paris. That's a nice way to get some MGP. Get 3,000 just for saving the chick. What do I do now? Do I just jump down? What's this? I don't even know where I'm going. This place is so confusing. Oh, they're just having a nice time over there, running a dance. I'll buy one. Oh, what numbers? 7319. Well, 100 MGP. Oh. Okay. One every Saturday at 5 PM. Okay. Well. Can't do anything with that, then, can I? How'd you find so much to do here, Paris? I'm so confused by, like, everything. What was this? Oh, this is the triple triad stuff. big funny icons on maps and games and stuff. I don't know where nothing is. This is where I was before. I'm very confused. Is there stuff on this side? Like... nothing even here? What am I looking at? What? There's nothing there. There's nothing there. What do you mean, looked at what? Who? M? What, those? That's already done that game. I don't want to do that one. That's boring. Have I done that one? That's boring. I've already done the cactbot stuff. Over here, that's the Moogle. I'm not very good at that. I'm very good at Moogle stuff. What's this one? What was this? Sure. What do you mean weak? It was red. How is that weak? Oh, you got near the pink. Oh. Just wasting my money. Smack, get out of here. That one's not as good though. I don't get as much money from that. Only got 25 coins from that. Was this another parkour? Yeah, sure. I'll participate. What am I doing here? Where did she send me? Where did I go? I'm so confused. It's in 8 minutes. Oh, okay. But I just sit and wait. What do you mean go Chocobo? This one? Oh my goodness, it's very bright in here. What am I meant to do? I don't understand. At what point? What am I hitting? What? I don't understand. What do you mean? How do you know where it is? I don't understand. Oh, now I've stuffed it up. Will I do it? I don't know. I don't understand. I was just guessing. Like, how do I know where I'm meant to hit? I don't understand. This one's impossible. You're not able to hit anything in the middle. Did I do it? Hey! I'm so confused at what I'm meant to be doing, but I've done it. I did it. I don't understand, but... So what, it's just super random? The damage will change the closer you are. Yeah, but how do you know where it is? It doesn't tell you. You only know once you're, like, close to it. Then you know, but, like, you waste... Should I double it again? I'm gonna double it again. I want to try again. If I lose all this now, I'm gonna be so upset. I should leave it there, huh? Take it, run. Alright. Do I get like 5 tries each time? Is that like the double down for each time? Oh, no. This one's so fast. How do you know? Oh, can't do it. This one's so hard. I don't know how to get back where I was. You took me here. I don't even know where I was. Maybe here? I don't know. No, it's not here. Is it here? It just sent me here. No. What's going on? Oh, stay on the stage at all costs and grab what prizes you can. I mean... Whee! I'm on stage! Oh, I had to wait for people. Okay. I've got to avoid the attacks, collect MGP, and not fall off. I did not understand what it was I was doing, but I got 100 MGP for it anyway, so that's fine. You gonna play in a minute? Okay, sounds good. Sorry, I just had, NDIS person thingy call me, so I'll deal with that. I like this one over here. Can I just keep doing this? I don't want to do the other things. I'm good at this one. Yeah, let's double down. Oh, not that way. Oh. Not that way. I reckon I might be able to do another one in 20 seconds. Oh no, have I bitten off more than I can chew? Oh no. Let me do one more hit! Oh! Woo! No more double downs. Thank you. I'll take the 400. MGP and run away, thank you. I'll try the mining one again, I guess. I don't understand that one anymore. You got through heaps of your assessment? That's good. Okay, small lung. The mining one, at least it resets each time. You don't get as much, like, XP though, like, damage. Ah. I don't like that one as much. I like the mining one, but the chopping one better. Nice. Yep, double down. Yes, run on top of it. Let's go. Okay, other way. Oh, run on top of it. Let's go. I'm gonna take our 150 though, because I've only got like 27 seconds left, and I'm not stressing about that one. What have we got over here? These are those like fighting things, hey. I'm pretty good at the out on a limb thing, to be honest, I feel like. Try a harder one, hey? Oh, pretty close. Not too far. Get out of here. I don't know where the thing is then. I'll try playing some Triple Triad, because why not? Oh, they get to start. Oh. Why'd that not change it? That's wild. Oh, I won! Busy server today? Yeah, it was, made me wait when I got on as well. Ah, they won this time. Oh no, we won! I won! Woo! I got a card as well. Play your games. I think you can win a second card from them though. I've only got one. Yeah, you can. You can win a second card, not a card list. Let's go again! How do you travel there? You can use the Aetherite system if you want. Otherwise, it's the boat like you normally do. Rough. I think they're gonna win this one. Oh. Yep. Red wins. Oh, I get to start. Oh, they had a 9. No. And I haven't got any cards I can put anywhere. They're just gonna take them all. Sudden death. Oh. Sudden death again! Crazy. Oofed. Is it gonna be another sudden death? Oh my goodness, no way! 3 sudden deaths in a row! We're gonna win, I think. No, it's sudden death! Oh my goodness! This is crazy, dude. Oh. They won. Yes! Oh no, I didn't get the card! I've got to keep playing until I get the card. I'm not winning. You love this game? I'm just not winning the card. I want the card. Ah, sudden death. That chocobo racing. Yes, I win! Give me the card! I want the card. Give me. I think I'm gonna win the card. Hello, Powers. I just wanted the card. I have 2 cards to get from this guy. I'll try and win the card. A card at least. I love streaming. I mean, I am pretty good at that, to be honest. Convincing people to. Oh! Jeez, this guy's wrecking me. Definitely gonna turn that. Oh my goodness. What was that? That's really... I mean, you can do both. Possible. I'm streaming and have her stream up, so it's definitely possible. Is he setting me up to, like, lose? I'm so confused at what's going on. NPCs be like... I'm not good enough at this game, I'll be honest with you. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the normal game now. I'm not very good at You brought me, bruh. Hey, Sparky. How do people, like, earn this much MGP, honestly? Wild. Challenge me? You'll win. I'm not good at it. Also, I don't even know how to do that. $600,000. Oh, Jesus. How though? Like, I'm like literally earning like 100 at a time. Like, how would you even do that? Oh, apparently you're unable to play Triple Triad at this time. Nope, I can't Triple Triad you. I make more than I spend. I learned how to make more than I spend. I'm not good at the games, to be honest. We're not in a party, no. Yes, we can make a party. What? When crazy lane in this game is possible. I mean, I guess. Most of them are kind of boring, to be honest. Oh, they've got another event. But you gotta stay on the platform as long as you can. Whee! Well, I put a cactus thing in, but it doesn't draw until like every Saturday, so... Is it worth anything? I don't know, Powers. What do you want to do? You choose. I don't like the Fall Guys stuff. I'll be honest, I don't like it. It's just as rage-inducing as the original Fall Guys. Oh yeah. Oh, is it because I'm in this? No? How do I accept it? How do you accept it? Don't think that's what my command is. Either I can't do it here. Maybe I can't do it in while I'm in here. Oh, behind here. Okay, I see. Oh god, I did it. I did it. Oh my gosh, is it 2 o'clock already? Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna need to finish our stream. I didn't realize what time it was. I did not finish, I just realized. Alright. Let's see who we can send a raid over to. I can see the future, I realize. I just joined you. I know, we can still play. I just, I don't like rushing end of stream when I have to get the boys. Eyes on me, and you're holding back. Since you're done that with me. Just trying to find someone I can raid. I need more streamer friends again. Oh. Maybe this person. Alright, found someone. It'll take me ages to set up. Fair. I mean, you did stream a long time yesterday as well, to be fair, so you definitely deserve a break. Definitely deserve a break. Excuse me. Alright, I found someone for today, but definitely send through suggestions to me, because I'm always looking for new, especially if they play Final Fantasy at the moment. Definitely looking for more Final Fantasy friendos. Thank you guys so much for hanging out this afternoon, this morning, whatever time of the day it is. I'm gonna finish up TikTok quickly first, because TikTok doesn't have a raid function. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'm having to do streams during the day at the moment because my kiddos don't want to sleep at night at the moment, so but yeah, I'm hoping you guys are enjoying the streams. I hope you're enjoying the games. I hope you guys enjoyed Animal Crossing. I'll probably stream some more of that tomorrow maybe. I do also need to do some like more videos for TikTok and stuff, so we'll see. We'll see. But I hope you guys look after yourselves. Eat your food, drink your water, take your meds, do all the things you guys need to do to look after yourselves. I love you guys, and I'll catch you guys later on. If you guys are not following my socials, there's my socials. And if you're not in the Discord, come along and join in the Discord. And if you have time, come along with the raid and say hello to our new friendo. But for now, Cookie is out. Bye. We'll see you next time I stream. I don't